everybody, how you all doing today? I'm Venturous Blackheart and welcome back to some Genshin Impact. Now, for starters, for today, we're gonna first finish off the character story I had already started previously, with Lainey. There's still, I think, one more thing left to do. Then I'll take care of this event real quick, or whatever is available for it. And then choose a character to like do this time around. Whether it be a hangout or a character story. Most likely a hangout, because I think my original plans before was to hang out with Lynette, with the waifu. Let's go with this, amongst those the extra primos, because as I'm up to where I needed it to be, which should be around there. Hopefully that counts.
The world
Yes,
remains
it does.
constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn.
Project is pretty close by to a teleporter, so we can finish this up real quick. Hopefully my audio is working. Oh, it's right beneath me.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lenny, I'll only take a moment of your time, if you would be so kind.
Come on, Lainey, don't be mean.
What's happening here? I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along. That was quick.
Of course she turned herself in. After the traumatizing exposure Lainey put her through.
Too late, bro.
That was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in. Whoops.
That's why you need to shut up, Paimon.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Lenny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it.
That's
That's
like it
all
is.
it took for her to have a change of heart. How did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Charlotte's journalist spirit is burning red. We're going to have to distract her somehow.
Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Lenny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Lenny started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What? I don't recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself. Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
Uh-oh! Paimon, you just dug your own grave.
No, I just,
What now? Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again?
Yes, Paimon, now shut up.
This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
You can start by shutting up.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. There's clearly a web of complicated relationships there. Can't blame me for being curious. All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Oh, don't worry, maybe I can get you one. I mean, it's a very special kind of rainbow rose, if you know what I mean. I think it's a good amount of permission. Ah, no, never mind. There's still quite a ways to go, and I highly doubt this reset. No, it needs a few more days before it resets. Then I only have 2 wishes. Okay, let's take care of the event. Oh, it's multiplayer? I'll figure it out as I go. So it will be single player, not multiplayer. Alright, I think I remember it now from the news about it. Not really gonna like it, but oh well. Primogens are Primogens. I don't like it when they do like competitive stuff like this. When it's co-op, I'm perfectly fine with it. I do have my own research to work on anyways, but... Damn it. Oh, okay.
Gotta steer clear of other people. Get back on track.
Oh, come on.
Time to roll. Here I go.
Ow. That. I don't reckon we can down one.
Too strong.
Oh, come on. Damn it.
Here I go. Ow, ow, ow.
Oh, come on. Wait, am I the No, I'm not the highest.
Gotta steer clear of other people.
That was the highest point for a little bit. And this is all that matters in the end. Excuse me. I don't know, see how many points I can get right now though, what my cap is. Is it really just the 4,000? Is the 4,000 all the points? Yeah, 4,000 is a max of points. And it's 0 for each stage. I don't remember that wave being evil. That one is, Melusine actually really cute. If I can get it, I'll probably switch to it. Good thing we didn't need to worry about any time limit or anything like that. Ow! Of course I get hit by two at the same time. I don't know how to do like that one. Oh, I was mid-air already! Of course I keep on getting the shitty ones. Pretty much this is like the best way to get points. Like get that one with a shockwave and just let it roll near a player. Yeah, last time we got a really good chain though. Okay, let's go again. If I can get all my rewards, all the better. Look at that. 3 rewards in this one. So 3 more challenges left for me to try out, technically speaking. These golden ones are the better ones.
You really are a one-trick pony, you know. Are you running away? 10 points. You really are a one-trick pony, you know. 10 points for agility. Are you running away?
Oh shit! Hold up, you ugly bastard.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, I barely have any. Because I keep on killing these shitty ones.
Are you running away? Are you running away? Are you running away? Points for agility.
My mistake.
You really are a one-trick pony, you know. One-trick pony, you know. You really are a one-trick pony, you know.
I think I won this time. Yeah, I did win. Hey there, Krito, how you doing? And hey there, Julian. Don't worry about it. That sounds like a one-sided match. Okay, next up, we're playing as probably the best Orcon out there. Hello, Leafa, how you doing?
Full throttle!
Why am I not getting anything? Haha, I missed! Can I let go? Damn it.
Rev the engines!
Oh, why wasn't it near me? Can I stop getting these shitty power-ups? Oh, come on. I keep on getting the shitty power-ups. More shitty power-ups. Finally, something worthwhile. What happened to my attack? Oh, yes, I got it. Oh, come on. You didn't get that. We hit
Not
each
bad.
other pretty much. Oh, not bad. Yeah, this sports game I would play would be one that has a story. Like in Asuma 11. Next one up. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, no problem. I'm doing A-okay. Eva. You bored? I don't know, play a game? I'm actually been, not to speak of pain, I kind of been considering taking a break from Genshin a little bit. I mean, we won't be getting like SNES now for a very long time, and so far they've only announced like event stories, but not story. No event stories are gonna stay on this. I just don't know what to do. Punishing Grey Ravens, maybe? If I can get my funding from Throne soon, I might be able to do Wuwa. After that, I need to wait. That's why I'm not rushing. And I don't know why Kaya, of all characters. They're better characters for this. And there's one Sayu that can just roll around and create that ice floor constantly as she rolls. Just make her really unlimited. Not until you're feeling better. Look at all the Kaya.
Cool it. What's the hurry? Don't waste your luck. Dodge it.
Oh, the guys just stay in one area.
Cool it. Ha. Dodge this.
Oh, that was cool.
What's the hurry? Ha. Freeze.
Ow!
Cool it.
Like, not only do I need to worry about players, I need to worry about the environment here. Great! Look at an actual good power.
Dodge this.
Oh crap!
Dodge this. Freeze. Dodge this. Dodge this. Don't push your luck. What's the hurry?
This is what I mean about this not being a good character for this. Insight.
Cool it.
And there's that as well, where it actually destroys the entire arena.
What's the hurry?
Look, we're spending more time on the water than we are on the actual land.
Freeze. Dodge this.
And there's still a bloody cooldown on the skill. This is annoying. I really do not like this part of the game. It wouldn't be so bad if that didn't actually destroy the environment on us as well.
Freeze.
And all the shitty power-ups too. Come on, let me leave. Possible storm brewing up over either Julian. Let's see. Now I just need to add some my points. Let's go with this random one. And then I'll torture you with Kai a little bit. But just with C's voice lines, not the hangout itself. Oh, heck, call your assistant. They'll probably side with me given that you're in terrible shape. No, it might be even worse than me. This might put the phone.
Get back on track.
Come on already, activate. Did I not get my power up under that? Great, damn it. Ow.
Get back on track.
Did that mod go, where's the most useless one? Okay, what's going on? Why is this not breaking? There we go, thank you. Did I get the good power up already?
Running late again. Yeah. Ow, ow, ow.
Oh, you wanna try that on me, huh?
Too strong. Running late again. Ah! Hurry up, Brassa!
Come on, break, damn it! Break!
Too strong.
The lag on this event is terrible. I couldn't help it with that one. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, they would be in trouble. It has that evil look of it. Oh, I am gonna bring down the squirrely empire. Let's grab the last of the rewards. I can kind of hear Foamy at school. Well, shit. First humans and now goddamn dogs. What's next? A hawk? Bloody Kaya? Speaking of. There he is. Might as well. No, I can't send him. I'm gonna hold off on sending him.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all. Cryo is always far more effective in the rain. This is going to get interesting. What a pleasant breeze. I wonder how long it'll last. You're not scared of the dark, are you? That's interesting. Hey, fancy joining me at the tavern for a bit? Leaving already? See you next time then.
Okay, I tortured him a little bit. God damn it. Wait, one of them does seem to be maybe a one with talking. I actually do need to do the talking ones here. Because there is some more quests still locked behind some of these. He'll probably tell you that he would protect you. This business so hard, what's real? What's the matter? To have help. They help me and but neither of us know how to promote these goods. Give an eye for possible blue text. Okay, crushed leaves, adding some water and mix well. There it is. I don't know why they say it's complicated, it's definitely not. Then why are you watching those? No, Bigfoot isn't that bad. Have you watched the Bigfoot movie? I'm not talking about the horror one, I'm talking about the one where a family actually becomes friends with Bigfoot. Remaining ones are just I think they are just like fight this or gather that or challenges. Yeah, challenges. Don't care about that one.
All the
rest
world
is-
holds dear
On tap.
is but a backdrop.
Let's take all this.
Constant.
Go turn it into the nearest there's one of these.
Ad Astra.
Thank you for complete.
What does CCC system require?
Add Astra at.
I should first probably look up a review or something to know how worth it is playing. Aside from Pole Truck, I feel like Pole Truck's the only reason I would play it. You're tempting me! I might be able to keep those fem goblins busy there instead of having them drooling and trying to get my attention. And just get them to stop spying on me. That might not be a bad idea. But they'll probably try to murder him to replace him as competition. Still, they will keep him busy. Huh? Somebody sent me a request. Unless I can get information from a viewer this is from my chat, I'm not gonna add that person. Of course, people from my chat must first ask about becoming my friends
remains
list.
constant over the centuries. But
Perhaps.
human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
I probably heard you're afraid of the dark and may came to give you company. Okay, now, alright, not here, here. Now, while you're dealing with this, yeah, I'm gonna hang out with. Oh, wait, what do I need to do? Okay, so they want me to do Farina's one first. These two are before Farina's. Hell, might as well. I want to hang out with my cat girl. I thought it'd be more with Lynette, or probably both. In the like Lynette's brother. I thought I have to deal with the Archon first. Well, quote-unquote Archon. She really was not the Archon, but the host of the Archon Soul.
One with a huge more attack, perhaps?
Don't have to be so direct.
Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
Right, I still don't understand the fact that she's Snitch Nyan.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
I mean, snakes are far more dangerous than the rats, especially if they're the venomous one.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
But if you want to know they can take care of rabbits, you can take the numbskull we have in our front yard. Just know that thing's gonna run into walls, so you better have brick walls, or it's gonna run straight through it.
To put it simply,
And
the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable to perform the role.
And
But the
you'll know
troupe
that
has also
understand
been
the reference there, Kita,
experiencing
since
some
you don't really watch
financial
horror
difficulties.
movies, and this is a
So
bit of a psychological
unfortunately,
horror
they cannot
one.
afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
Are you sure about that?
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon.
Come on, Paimon!
Approved,
He
let's
may be
go.
chunky. Doesn't mean he should, like, say things like that. Hey, plus, you're the one to talk. You eat a lot. Surprised you're still not, like, rolling on the ground on that way and all that.
Hello
they
there,
eat.
are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame.
Can't you cover the budget for a new actress ticket fees?
That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
I mean, if we do end up taking the role, and then those tickets are gonna fly.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it.
Catherine mentioned that one your actress can't make it.
Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
For now, maybe, until you get hurt again. And when you do, I'll have the sledgehammer ready for your ankles.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas.
Thought I saw something in the corner of my eyes.
What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Oh. Looking for a further Magneticon 8. I only add your friends list those that have earned my trust. If I DM anyone, it's because we have a common server from where I've been seeing them interact as well, or interacting on my server and chat, then I do consider like DMs. But like I said, I don't add people to friends list unless they've earned my trust. What isn't the biggest problem? How do you find someone who's good fit for your role?
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show.
Try me.
We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible.
As for collabs, yeah, it will depend a lot on the
wait!
game
What
for
about-
collabs. It's,
You know who?
Well, I have a GTX 960, I can't really run everything, nor do I own every single game, which is hard for me to
That's how you know
purchase
we're the
any
best
games right now
partners.
because I'm
Anyway,
unemployed.
she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous.
Farina.
Her. You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope.
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
Oh yeah, the drama queen, most definitely.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an
Wait, heard
idol
about
to
that.
many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours.
Want the show, you go ahead, don't you? Be prepared to do whatever it takes. I don't really
Well, yes, but... Fair enough.
You don't have
I
much of a
mean,
choice. We got
If she was actually willing to,
best option
then
for
of
you.
course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
If it's us asking, she'll feel obligated to say
No
yes.
point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Besides, things are different now. There's no
Angry
reason for her to be all
ex-girlfriend or
high and
something?
mighty anymore.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to sledgehammer your head. The other snakes I find here, the blind earth snakes. That's the only ones I find here.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
And they live mostly underground or under rocks where it's humid.
Wait, where does
The
Farina
dogs
actually
rarely ever
live
get to them.
nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's
When they do,
moved out,
like,
right?
I do end up finding their chewed up remains here and there.
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Will you eavesdrop in there, Catherine?
When did you get here?
Dude, seriously, Paimon, you're right next to her booth.
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Yeah, I know, Nichika, you're a really crazy girlfriend, and you're just here to just keep your distance from her now. Don't worry about it. I'm not that crazy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
Wait.
so much.
No, I'm not crazy at all. What the hell am I saying? Just trying to make sure you stay in bed and recover. And now you can get up.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina. Back in a jiffy.
For sure, everything's like right here. Man,
Did
that
Catherine
weird
really
test
give us
for
the right
house.
address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place. It's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Mermonia.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Ah! Okay, when did Poppy got a thin air become all the rage. First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I
She
went to
sounds
grab
sad.
a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too.
Do you get sick macaroni every day?
Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
That's true.
Oh, sounds like you really
I
struggling
know how to make
cope.
bolognese, actually. I have a recipe for it. I haven't done it in such a long time. That's because my family just won't let me. I have to your own cooking.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity!
I mean, you were living pretty comfortably and bragging a lot, and
It's not like I
Being a complete
have
drama
a very
queen.
eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual
It's
that
not
my
how people
meals
doing
are a
things for
little
her.
simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
go ahead and start now.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoot!
Sorry, we're sorry. Please don't be mad.
Bunch is showing concern for your well-being.
Yeah, exactly. What the traveler said. Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec. You weren't exactly holding back either.
That's my point. She came here to ask you for your help.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
And yet you can still use Hydro.
Don't worry. It's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
If not you, then no one. Any person for the job.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now.
Go ahead, eat Paimon.
So tell me, what
I got men to
specifically
keep me
makes
company.
this matter so specific? I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense.
You gotta. I wish I could see that one. I might need you to look for it. See, we're in the Discord to tell you, share me the link.
After all, I was
Over in
once
the
the
meme
brightest
section.
star in all of Fontaine, well versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities. But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How
Why?
come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me.
No surprises, and that's why she sounds so depressed. More like, Paimon will get knocked the fuck out.
Centuries
And
of
maybe just
pretending
stand
to be
over
a
her
different
triumphantly.
person changes you completely.
The proudest smile
I'm
on
not
her.
the same person I once was.
Not to mention, Mem can become giant and just knock her with a single paw hit. And she can hit abominations like that, and several of them at once,
Of course, that can't be
and
undone
create
now.
shockwaves and maybe earthquakes
It's too
with
late,
that single paw
and
attack.
I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again.
Yeah, most definitely.
But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I
That's
make
why
an
she became a
exception to the
director
rule
instead.
now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides,
You know, so
anyone
she
I've
needed to
ever
keep
worked
no
with
surprises.
probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help.
You shouldn't assume the worst of people. You're making one.
True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
I also find seeing a more human side of the drama queen, now that she's actually full
Well,
human.
Is there
And the Hydro
anything
Archon is
else we can
dead.
do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's alright, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed.
I mean, who wouldn't? Especially knowing the truth about her. We know the truth about her, and now I gotta feel like we need to help her. Let's try and come up with a plan B.
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. Alright then, we'll see you around, Farina!
Since the future, oh, she wouldn't even hesitate. She was straight for that food and triggered the trap. And like, ah, she knew it was a trap.
To you too. I'm going home to
She's
take a rest
easily
now.
blinded by food. And what's plan B? Us filling in and cross-dressing? I'm pretty sure when the trouble and his sister, they probably exchange clothes every once in a while.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now.
Oh, looks like answers has shown up.
Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
I mean, if it's for your own good, yes.
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Farina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then.
Surely we had managed to convince Farina to join, only for her to find out that she's no longer needed.
Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
More like I was recommending.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
Oh, probably, yeah. Big ol' whole drama queen scold him big time.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on.
Paimon, wait here a second.
Sure.
What you looking at?
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list.
Yeah, not buying it.
Alright, I'm coming. No need to drag me.
We're gonna drag you anyways. She was eavesdropping.
Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all.
Emma, we got just eating popcorn right on the sideline enjoying the show.
When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
No, why didn't you just show yourself?
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you?
You bet your ass
I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Farina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that, and no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, If this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
Why? Because it can be a little bit laid back or something? Or because of Riker's recklessness?
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in this serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can, but despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing, but ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
So sad.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Farina.
She's gonna be the director.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epicles is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high.
That's very
the law
true.
only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them?
Or they can bring emotional catharsis. Come pouring out from infinity.
An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time.
Yeah, if a show is, in my opinion, that would just ditch the Jedi in itself, just embrace the Cloud Knight in him.
Take, for example, how this troupe pines for their late
He's
director.
a Cloud Knight
Things
first
such
and
as
foremost.
this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
And probably point out all the flaws of the Jedi. People
Still
think
a
the Jedi
fan
do
of
have a
your
lot of
dramatic
flaws.
monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Since you held it. Citizens related to the experience case.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances, as of course we all are. Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
How far is it? On the other side of the city, not looking for one. I don't know what Paimon's talking about. That house is pretty decently sized.
Lady Farina?
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
Lady
but a
Farina
lot
doing
of like
here?
abilities that aren't exactly dark by nature. Like Force of Lightning is still a force power that any Jedi can use as well. Hey, Master Yoda catches his lightning and actually throws it back at Dooku. Like Yoda uses that same Force of Lightning.
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss
Crush
Farina
was
on our behalf.
used by Window,
I'm sure they
which
need
is also
no
forbidden.
introduction.
But it can be used for a lot more things, like crushing boulders, crushing like trees to create a bridge. It can be used for a lot of good things, like crushing a small door open to help someone out.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Finding an actress was the least of your problems.
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script, but the deadline's passed and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Where is he?
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I hope someone's keeping an eye on him to make sure he comes back alive.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson?
Something wrong?
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So, allons-y. To Poisson!
Wait, so something here. Let's see if there's anything in here. I guess not. Okay, Poissons right over here. Well, you guys better have a full report ready for me. There will be consequences.
If If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
What arrangements?
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
He wasn't getting the hint.
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do.
That's true.
If you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done.
Yeah, Navia has experience with that.
Brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have.
Woman? Yeah, we're probably her only friends.
I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and accept.
I'm sure some people didn't buy Navia's lie.
Yeah, I can tell people are watching me.
I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes. I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
I'm surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
You've taken on a bit too much in one go.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Not staying quiet either.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
I wonder if they'll ever consider fixing it.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind.
Sometimes that's necessary
It's
to
actually refreshing to see a different side
be able
of
to
you.
cope or even move on from this sort of things. That's finding someone you trust and that you can actually talk about.
Great.
Things.
Well,
Actually
I
helps.
appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet.
It was nice to have someone that's willing to lend an ear and listen to your troubles and maybe give you good
I don't
advice.
know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You are only doing your duty.
Don't be so harsh on yourself.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Now, that's not true. She doesn't need to find a new purpose for herself. Something she wants just
I would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
work towards a new goal or dream. Now she no longer needs to protect the truth. Freedom, your freedom as
A reward?
Because now you can finally speak your heart. You don't have to be anguished and alone anymore.
I guess so. And back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in.
I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing a secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know.
Well, how about you step down from the Jedi then? They've already fulfilled their end, Bogdan, and are no longer necessary.
That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same.
Yeah, so shut up, Paimon. But you're going into the pot.
I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hands. Alright, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
I mean, fish is pretty healthy. It's still balanced.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway,
Now
my character doesn't
like
need to be slim and good looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Oh
Well,
no,
fish is not
looks
junk.
like they're arguing again.
And they're arguing like a married couple.
We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
She would definitely say yes to that. As for me, all I had for dinner was just some coffee and bread with jelly on it.
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
Wait, what?
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
Who would laugh at that?
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too. Like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy.
Oh, Pam was most definitely on the menu.
She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
Oh, those weren't much of a big deal. Might have brought some new fur pelts to mess around with, maybe. Well, worry not. My end is always a walk in the park. Although you could use some experience dealing with
You
true
mentioned earlier
abominations.
that the troop is like your
All you
home.
do is just ditch the Jedi and come with me on my ship.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me
Are you sure
anymore.
that's a diaper and she's not just a chunky?
I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up.
Judging by the location of her legs, she looks like she's
I
just
know it was
chunky
all a huge
underneath
burden
that.
on her.
Okay, and all the food we feed her, it wouldn't surprise
She
me.
sounds like a really incredible person.
Look, even the cheeks make her look chunky.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Oh, and if did Jinyuan not tell you about the agreement with the Jedi? You're free to say no and welcome to step down from their council at any given time. The agreement was only that they would teach you how to use the Force, not to enroll you in their dumb war. They've already fulfilled their end. You just are ignoring them. Tell them you're not part of this cult, part of their little cult.
Yeah. For the
Nothing
first
more than
time in my life,
twinsies.
I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
Heck, it wouldn't surprise me one day the Rainbow Arbiter makes a target out of them.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Farina.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Pretty much, yes.
Same here.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me
Wouldn't
give you a
surprise
rundown
me
of how the
if
story
they mostly
unfolds in
look like
my
other
version of
anime
the script.
characters. This is an anime style kind of game.
I'm
To
sure
up
you're
an
already
extent.
familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Technically speaking, yeah, Oceanids are technically sentient water.
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
Oh, most definitely
That
irresponsible.
ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
I mean, I kind of do see a semblance to another to an anime character, but there's several that fit the bill. Most of them were the guy's kind of a professional assassin or something along those lines. Or a liar manipulating scumbag. No, interesting. Wait, what?
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called
What
experiment
tail? Vampires
by
don't have
someone who had
tails.
nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way
Hey,
she
sure, you're a
suddenly told
vampire.
you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
And you waited till now to tell me? You know, you could have contacted me about it before that day.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with O'Reilly.
What? You kept that one quiet.
Okay.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel.
Ah, come on, you know I don't get drunk that easily. And if I was drunk, I probably would have torn the whole place apart.
I
You
did
know
tell her how I
feisty
felt
get when I get
once,
drunk.
but she turned me down pretty much straight away. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romantic partners. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
How nonsense. You've not seen me fight him when I'm drunk. I even took out Thunder God with just one hit. According to the gods, we actually tied and he ended up drinking with me instead.
Hollow.
But they did need to rebuild the garden. We did make a mess of it. So yeah, I don't buy it. Which is true. There's an animation of her drunk fighting Jin Yuan, and they do end up in a draw, and the garden completely destroyed, and she was just drinking. It's funny. Well, I did see a lot of really good-looking chicks with tails on CCC. Kind of makes me tempt to
So if I'm the
take
one
a break
writing
from
this
Genshin and play
ending,
CCC for a
then
bit.
I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
Alright, like I said, I'm kind of waiting on the funding for the graphics card to
In
come
that case,
in, so I
you
can
have
maybe
to
look
straighten
into
things
that,
out with
and
Villemont once and for all.
once I
face
get
to
the
face.
graphics card, maybe switch over to Wuwa.
We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Villemont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah, that thing's actually missing a few screws. You might want to have it replaced.
Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
Oh, this was pretty far out. Statue, casinos up and above. Okay, the nearest portal should be this one.
going.
Maybe hanging out with
Delphi,
a little too
are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
The two of us did get along quite well. Nice little drinking partner.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Farina in a fight before.
She's not much of a
but
fighter.
don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into Indemnitium. Miss Farina said so herself.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
Doesn't require a god level power, don't you know? Any self-defense? I'll go with the first one.
C'est la vie indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helplessly as a more brave and seasoned adventurer than I swoops in to save the day.
Her friends go Shark, it's funny. Why Num Num Shark? Why not Mommy Shark? She is hot. That shark girl is ooh, quite the looker. She'll be an easy smash for me. How about I go instead? After all, I got that shiny golden robot of yours, so it'll be of any use.
Aww,
You can always
too
take my
bad.
cruiser.
I was so pumped to feast my eyes on fight mode Farina.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
There is no escape.
On switch.
Show no mercy! Eat Lolling! Eat Papa! Get him!
Illusion shattered.
Silence.
Just a dog roll was just collateral.
Shine down.
Get to work!
Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
Settle down.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
But literally, we do need to go up. Oh, why do you have a problem with me paying a visit to your wife?
Vilma,
And
are
my
you
little
there?
drinking buddy? Yes, I kind of want to see how well she can hold her alcohol.
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone. I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Vioman, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vioman. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough.
Maybe.
We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
That it induces a state of euphoria. Process causes significant harm to the body.
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
You didn't have to, you just need to present the cyst to the jury and expose them for chewing an illegal substance.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything.
For the director to the attention of the synth dealer. JK motive to kidnap and murder.
Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life and death situation. We could have saved her!
Or you could have all died in the spot.
How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life.
Again, because of how things are, all the characters used are actually age 18 or older. The exception are the ones that are like straight up actual kids are the only exception.
He has the gall
which I have
to try
not
and
seen
high
any
road us,
CCC.
claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show. How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life so I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
Hang on just a sec.
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
Yes, so far from where I can see, all the characters are like on their 20s. For the only exception being Corey, the only exception. Plus, the Shark Girl is technically a maid, so yeah, she'd definitely be on her 20s.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention.
Of their birthday.
I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
just hope they didn't blow up.
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself. She's the true star of the show.
Might actually be possible to find out more about her fate.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that Aurelie left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on Aurelie's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
This is where I need to go. I'm probably going to visit New Village to figure out where she was. If I come to Palais Memoria. Okay, that world quest.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
Dig them out? What do you mean? How many cases is it?
So, this is all Aurelie left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary. Let's see.
Sounds like someone has been up to no good. It's a good thing I came here, given that I do have experience hunting fiendish villains like these.
Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vacher's guilt.
Vacher took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
Not quite. If you listen closely, I do hear a cuckoo circusing travel nearby. Yeah, Cheska's like, quote-unquote sister did show up multiple times to cause
I
trouble.
guess Aurelie must have written all of this down
Even
in
during
the hope
that time
that her
of
records would
investigation,
one day be
she
of
showed
use
up
to
to cause
investigators. Wait, it cuts off.
Something's wrong.
Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line.
Well, I see there,
She
Penny.
probably didn't have much strength left.
I heard the doggy just sniffing behind me. Okay, Penny.
Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
So now has taken, that makes 6, or perhaps 7. Someone tried to escape yesterday but was caught. She hasn't been seen since. Is that yesterday? Maybe not. I've been losing. It's been long since I lost track of time. Sorry, but I don't know if writing this is of any use or how much longer I can do it. I can already see my fate approaching. But what terrifies me even more is the thought of seeing the others from the troop here. Have I truly protected them? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Can write no more. I think I have a fever and my old stomach troubles have returned, but nobody has given me any medicine. I suppose I am more fortunate than Cressy. The pain kept her awake all night. I suppose they think that anything goes so long as the experimental subjects can be used up before they die. And it is so damp here. I have given her my blanket. So cold, so cold, so cold. As long as one persists, all things will pass. There will be a reward for hard work. I like to tell them such things, but it is I who am losing my grip. If anyone sees this trope safe, I then important. Please farewell, apologies, life, perform, future, regret, Cleo. This page is an absolute mess, and the writer's pen seems to have wandered its surface at random. Only some words can be made out, and barely at that. From this page onward, the diary drops to be replaced with lyrics from musicals. Some are in the form of newspaper clipping, others are handwritten, with many crossing out and changes. It is apparent that the pages have been referenced often, and that this was the personal notebook of artistic director Aurelie.
She was so terrified.
He watched the girl in front of her and had to wait for her own death in silence.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar.
Flipping through the notebook, the lyrics continue. However, one page has been torn out, folded up, and placed next to the last blank page. At the bottom of the folded note are 2 new lines. Aurelie has written in handwriting much more legible than before, but it seems that they took her both great effort and a great deal of time to write. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face the suffering and loneliness. It's truly what you want, because I am an older sister to them. I love them.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
She might know
So
something.
she didn't regret her decision. Even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love, and she truly deserved it.
Looks like they angered the wrong bird.
Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
It's actually pretty close. Well, since we use the lift, I'm gonna use something much quicker than the lift. Okay, let's line this up. You're gonna see Feisha and her had already figuring things out while the others are still clueless. Remember, Feisha is an expert hunt. I mean, she wouldn't have lured Hule where she wanted it to lure him without being an expert like that. How about you go and question her for a start?
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then it's a meaningful way to end the story.
Do not attack someone just because.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director O'Reilly and her alone.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Oh, Cheska, you got more knowledge about these things than anyone out here. Anything they could have gone to.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
I don't know that about that.
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing.
You've seen me when I'm mad.
If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role, pouring all your emotion into your performance. And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world? I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
We're Foxians. We have a good sense of smell.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her. Besides, a role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's
How
never
about going
gonna
out with a
work.
bang?
It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine.
No, though that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
Go big or go home.
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you?
And don't worry, we got connections to get you guys in. I am sure Nouvillette won't mind.
I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nouvillette. I know just where to find him.
And the place he always spends at. We better set this one out. Don't want to get between Amala and her pup. Come on. And welcome back there, Julian. Oh. Why does this block Net's part of the story? Unless it has something to do with that acting troupe. Or her seeing the show itself. And I haven't seen Lynette
look at
be
that.
part of this at
Looks
all.
like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
Oh no, no droids. Trust me, you do not want to get anyone involved in this.
I knew you'd be here.
She'll probably grab right there and just drag him and the droids.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Faria. And you too, traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
That's
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you
Don't know
like
if
this
they have
since
the
your
same voice
departure from
actor. I don't think
deityhood.
they do. But it could be the same voice
At
actor.
first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one
And maybe
thing
you
led
should
to
let
another,
her do the
and-
cooking anymore.
Well, here we are. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
Oh, just a minor instinct. That's all.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life.
I heard too much of Jessica when she roasted her.
Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions. Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
What, do you think I speak Kugasor? Oh no. It's not like I understand, more like I understand the feelings that she's emitting.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Hopefully this actually helps for me get back into acting. She did become a director in the first event that was here, the whole filming event stuff. And there is gonna be a new one coming up soon. I just feel absolutely nothing for the upcoming story events. I'm still like to drop in Genshin in favor of another game. I don't even know how long we'll need to wait for Snitch Night. I definitely think it'll be a long time. They did show off like what, 3 story events? I know there's one in Fontaine, one in Mondstadt, and there might be one other one in Atlan maybe? This was the right place. Oh no, there's a door below.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. But we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
I have a feeling Purina will end up acting in the end. Then maybe trick her into taking cooking lessons. Like maybe learn some new menus to add to any future feast she wants to make. Well, you're actually giving her actual cooking lessons.
This is truly wonderful.
Yeah, I knew how to cook when I took lessons, but I did learn a lot of stuff from those lessons that I didn't know.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to
some more
rehearse.
recipes.
Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Oh, communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
You might not want to do that. These are not like your standard animals. These are actually sentient. And she looks like she's about to peck your eye out.
It's amazing! Even though
Killing
Farina's
an
still
angry
being
mom.
a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up!
Just let Chaska handle this one. And Chaska does actually handle it, if you remember correctly, that when we stepped in, she did end up cooperating.
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
No, don't worry, I could sniff them from a mile away.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
And them to get close so that they wouldn't be able to run away.
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time.
Seeing that the main star is sitting down, something must be up.
Only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What?
That's not a good idea.
I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask.
She's gonna take her place.
Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
You know, ending with the bottom over on Twitch. Say no more.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Maybe you can tell Sparkler, don't you want to add more recipes? I know the perfect place where you can learn more recipes is just under your cooking school. You can imagine Face Shao giving them the dish there pretty much. What? Doesn't she want you to learn new wonderful recipes to cook for you? There's so much you can learn from the internet and the cookbook. Believe me, I learned several recipes myself from cooking classes. Recipes I actually would never really thought about. Hey now, we're not just doing this for the Mora. We're getting paid some good buck. Plus, who doesn't want to be able to fly without the need of those
Never mind.
birds?
What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart.
Yeah, we don't know. I should have told you already. We only meet up at very specific places, deliver the goods, we get paid, and that's it. We don't know where they go from there.
Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Oh yeah, definitely better than Hurricane. Her attempts at cooking results on the kitchen blowing up.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Shouldn't she be changing clothes? Or maybe she's gonna summon her little buddy. Let it be a cutscene, please. A fully animated cutscene. Not just a slideshow. And so this slideshow.
She here yet? Will she get here? She's not coming! You're wrong. She's here.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Much better than expected. Once it's sort of she has to have those stuff in the water. And she ended up getting her vision in the process.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me.
Feisha would just proceed to knock him out since he's not getting the message. No amount of force is gonna keep him away from
I
that.
had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on!
Oh, so it was Farina after all. She's back!
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down, don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
And most you may be to sign a few autographs later.
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah, well, somebody needs to knock the stupid out of you. Sorry, kid, but you're going back to the lawsuit. Until your own honor and restrained, and to listen, you're restricted from leaving, not even if the Twinkies tell the ass of you. You're not leaving until you learn that.
I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
That they actually didn't know, like what you're saying, this is not aligned with what actually happens. They didn't, the Salesmen didn't know where they were, but they figured it out by finding like some old notes and checking a blimp high up in the air.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
But the Salesmen didn't know actually.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
This is taking me. Oh, pretty far. Let's use this door because the other one's on the ground. He just look like any other Natlan person from the feather.
You're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience like it?
These guys never got their wings and such get in another way.
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Farina was on the stage! You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning!
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's work deserves recognition.
Nope, only they went very high up with the cages, and that's it. We lose sight of them. We've never even seen those birds go to.
Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
But I don't know where that thing is now. Only those guys went up, and that's it. Are they
well,
really are? That's
one way or another,
mine.
we did it. I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note, That's all that matters.
Yeah, it ain't your problem. You're in the local after all, aren't you? Yeah, we'll need to deal with the Nathalan guys here. Doesn't matter. We got paid, or more received, and once we get out, we'll just leave Nathan forever.
Blaming your
Let's
bad
get
luck
more
again,
things.
are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
Like a married couple.
So, any plans for the next step?
Yeah, so what? You're not from Nathalan still. You're still an outsider if you're married to the Archon. No Twinkies, no Cloud Knights can have a say here. It's only just Cloud Feather to decide. The Fire Feather here.
After the brilliant performance you put
Which is
on,
true,
the reputation of your troop is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire.
Each clan has
You
their
won't have to
own
disband if you don't want to.
leaders and their own ways. Not even the Pyroarchon can mess with that.
You could
I prefer to start in
capitalize
the
on the
war.
rave reviews and license out the little
each
Oceanid
clan,
to the bigger
well,
theater troops out there.
Canonically speaking, they're
That
working
would
together.
do wonders
They're
for your
still
financial
a
situation.
separate clan with their own leaders. They're not a united nation. The Archon is just, in the end, a symbol of their strength.
No, we should still disband.
And recognize the Archon as a human.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened,
Remember,
I should give you
knowledge
guys
is
some
from the
space.
collective plenty, not the
Maybe our
Flower
paths will
Feather.
cross again one day.
Yeah, and what you say matters absolutely not. He's right on that regard. You're an outsider, you have no authority here. But I already have plans of what to do with them anyways. Oh, don't worry, I will. But do remember your place, otherwise you'll have to deal with me as well if you cause trouble. Doesn't matter if you're with Malvoika.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't know if my health will allow me to.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly recovered as well.
Oh, if they come here, they'll find a faithful phlogiston. The Twinkies know they have no authority here either. They'll better
What
than
about
to
you,
mess
Miss
with
Farina?
us.
Any future plans?
Yeah, they would not allow them to do their own thing.
Well,
They'll probably
frankly,
treat
I
us an
think
enemy
a return to
equivalent-
obscurity is
against
no
that of
longer
the
an option
Abyss.
for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Hey, especially when it comes to like the interior conflicts, They didn't even let the traveler do anything until he was officially recognized as a member of Nathlon because he took part in the final fight.
Sorry.
Scarlet trying to kill you again?
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps
yes,
I'm
Jedis
not
have no
as
power
averse
in
to a
life,
return to the stage as I previously
Well, they have
imagined.
the Force. These people have the power of the elements. They could reshape the world if they wanted to.
Maybe Nervilette was
destroy it.
right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a
Hey,
desire
even Travel
to
get his
express
ass
myself.
kicked by Mavuika.
So, maybe the show will go
Or
on
by
for
Chaska
me
even.
after all.
Is Chaska can writes a flying gun with homing capabilities. Yeah, you should remember that we don't get along with them. That's why they never come here. Last time they caused trouble here, let's just say they left with several casualties. Drawing on the sand.
Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the
That's why they
truth.
probably made that rule not to mess with internal affairs anymore. Can they become nothing more than criminals to the eyes
But
of the
from now
locals.
on, I want to spend my
do well
time
to
learning
remember
real
that.
stories about
And if you're
real
one of
people
them, you do
and
want
how
others to
they
be
touch
treated
the
as a
lives of
criminal
others
yourself,
around
even
them.
if you're with Mavuika, and she cannot help you. You know, well, she does not interfere with other tribes unless we're the brink
I
of
want to
war.
watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
Next time I invite you to join.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
And that's it for this one.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a
At
god,
least we managed to
I
help
could
her,
only ever dream of
get over
receiving this
her
kind
problem.
of power.
Hey, unlike those Twinkies, we do have a sense of honor and pride. I say, why do you even still work with them? They'll be the death of you. Quite literally.
And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands.
Look, when you're not around, I even hear Mavuika complain about them. Let's just say she maybe wanted you to go and wreck their temple. To advise you spend even less time with them.
Is that how humans feel about it as well?
This is done. Let's get out of here. I'm not doing good generalize. Nowhere close. See, how many wishes is that? Yeah, just 4. That puts me at 6. I have no pities. I don't think there's any point of pushing it, because there's still 8 more days. We'll still see this next Sunday. Yeah, a war that isn't even yours, and I'm sure they shall agree with that. Just too dumb to realize that you're just nothing more than a tool. A means to an end. When the war ends, they'll just find an excuse to tie you down again. Maybe even never letting you come back here or to the Wafu. You see through them like a clear glass. You're just too dumb to notice. Now we have extra her. Come on, there we go. Now with a kitty waifu. Fish, I will play didn't Yuan tell you? We're cutting ties with them. They've taken too far and have broken many of the agreements. They refuse to compensate and to respect the agreement, so the Lafu's actually stepping out of their war. If the IPC wants to destroy them, let them.
Meow.
Did you... Hold on! Did Lynette just meow? Did I heard that right? I kinda wish there was a button to repeat that. Did Lynette just meow? I purr silently.
Oh, it's you. 1 second.
Oh, but I wanted to hear her
Activating
meow
chat
again.
mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me.
Well, they didn't know. Somehow you can't nap you.
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making.
And you shouldn't trust the Senate. Given their history, they're just manipulating you just as much as the council is. That's why we don't get involved with politics.
Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
Heck, I even had someone spy on them. Found out they do have some troublesome plans. We are cutting ties with them as well. They're not happy, but unless they're willing to step back, we are not helping them anymore.
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show?
The lead role?
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Lenny was chanting along with them.
Isn't it obvious? Profit. What is it those people don't do for profit?
Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mariu had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
This dramatic debut of magician puppet?
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet.
Wait, what?
In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So, I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
Okay, and the way she speaks, kind of makes sense that you go for that. That just makes her cuter, though.
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least, that's what the director says. Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that.
Not more than us, or the APC. But it doesn't more than the Jedi and the Council. And don't think they don't get funding from members of the Senate. Oh, they're definitely getting funding from them.
But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
Transactions between some of their members with those Sith guys.
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage. Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad.
I take it Bonnie is your pet
No,
cat?
we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
And you already named her.
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie?
That's not the Five at Freddy's, because that is the name of a Killer Bunny animatronic.
Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
Owner? Not a stray cat?
Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is. But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
That is why the love we cut ties with them. We are the only ones doing the right thing. In the end, we have to just focus on our own fight against the Mara and the Borosan. Plus, they're a much greater threat than those guys are. Is this a tough decision for you?
I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine. So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
But for once, he's not here when you need him. But that doesn't happen often.
It's fine. He got Fermine to make me a little something for just this situation.
And that is?
Poof! A phaetometer.
What?
It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break.
Yeah, before we do know, I agree with Facial.
The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card.
And how does that help you?
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
Simple and straightforward.
I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Linny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
Cute kitty.
Huh, I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just... Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
Maybe it wasn't a design issue.
Let's see, which card did I get? 4.
Less than 5, that means no helping Bonnie.
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
Take one Linny really meant is sometimes you have to accept the answer you didn't want.
Or... why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means... our fates are, like... interfering with each other.
No, you're probably just thinking for an excuse to spend more time with me.
Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Aren't you always? Yeah, we should back to the train reception. We should help Bonnie. How about I do neither?
So we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
I also want to help the kitty cat. How do you plan on finding Bonnie's owner?
I think I'll go to the Steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You want to come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
Sure, if it means I get to hang out with you for a bit longer. And the cat's happy. Was the cat trying to hook us up? Before I do this, I actually do need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with?
That is very hard to believe. She had her wings once before. Why would she ever do this? I should tell you, I'm not the type to guess things. I always go straight for the truth, and not just blind guess. And right now, our only lead is that thing up in the sky. I only know the truth once we get there. Any commission about a missing cat?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
I need to take a picture of the cat.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you.
Yeah, just don't let Lenny get his hand on the kitty. He might use it for a magic trick.
Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
Looking forward to it.
See you then.
I would want to spend time with this cutie. Let's see, 7 and 9. There we go. It's actually right next to me. And of course it's an argument about the cat, probably.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two. Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
No, it's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
The other sounds very made up. As the checks are special types of checks that need to be actively triggered, but instead will automatically trigger at specific times. If you pass, you will find some hidden information such as irregularities in person's attitude or certain incongruous details. Check successfully. How about let Bonnie decide?
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
Let's see who Bonnie decides to approach. And of course, when she's in the hat. Random check triggers by familiar. The Vtuber. Often serves as a manager for a destiny course or a success or failure. If your action presses on the card and get a random number between 1 and 20, if the number displays greater than or equal to the check identity and difficulty, you will pass this check, otherwise you will fail it. So it's pretty much the equivalent of rolling a dice in D&D. Of course check failed.
Well, this complicates things.
See, she'd be so attached to you. There's no way to tell the younger sis.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
Then how are you so sure she belongs to you?
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case. If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
What's the Humane Society?
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
Says here, keeping watch, you should be fine.
Go on, Bunny.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
So this is a friend's cat.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't work. Even if Prince tells that thing's very big and very loud. Even the Kugosaurus would react to that ship. No, we need to use another Kugosaurus if we want to get up there without being noticed. Or someone throwing us hard enough. I remember when Fisher got drunk here one time. She did throw a rock out into orbit. So maybe she can throw us up there.
If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here, Bonnie was her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation. A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat. I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him. The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
Yeah, and you forget the cuckoo source. The phlogiston makes them very sensitive to all sorts of things. That includes other flying things. They will react to the presence of your ship, no matter what. Like they even react when they notice your starfighter land not far from here. Some days are surprised to find your starfighter dirty when you go back to it. But yeah, the cuckoos are like a phlogiston-based creature. They are sensitive to phlogiston and all of its flow. And you see that messes with the flow of phlogiston, they're gonna notice it, and that time even in the air is full of it. Clearly you haven't noticed, but there's phlogiston everywhere, even on the air. Cuckoos feel every change of it.
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth. We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very
Now that I look at it, I do see a way to get us up there with another cuckoo sword. They won't notice us coming.
After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed.
Oh, she most definitely will. She definitely wants to go up there.
The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lafayette, to be exact.
Lafayette.
This person seems a bit unnatural. Slightly look under, just cross Lynette's face. Strange, she usually schools her expression with mechanical precision.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him.
Necrofacial pops out of nowhere and picks him up.
At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lefebvre family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the Special Patrol are all searching for him.
Well, who knew you learned such an interesting trick? Now I have another way to hold you like a little pup that you are. Could his family behave?
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the Patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on,
I think I know what
family's
what
power
the
and
assassin
influence
is,
took
given
quite the
Lynette's
hit.
reaction.
The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity.
Here, Jack, press that button, you can take a picture of us. So please go ahead and do take a picture. I want to immortalize this moment of my little pup looking this small and cute.
Pierre is one of those very survivors.
Jack will
He's
probably
been hiding
agree
away in the
with Faye
Fontaine
on that
Research
as well.
Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
Is it really okay to share us?
Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice. There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout. If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
And even less so with the House of the Hearth.
I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
Not before we give him a good beating. They don't look so good.
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Come on, open up, girl.
It's just-
I'm here to help you.
The head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago. It was at a dinner party.
Oh, he's a scumbag.
Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage.
Unholy things on her.
Whoever it was, they took me back to their home.
Of course, she was murdered just in time by Arlecchino.
But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened.
That's what happened. This is an dimension.
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family. That's what led Lenny and I to join the House of the Hearth. After all these years, I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
Are you okay? Even the cat's worried.
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Linny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job.
Pet.
Thinking about it now,
And a few scratches
it's
on
almost
back
like
of
the
ear
one I
and
drew
chin.
from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremenade to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
You think he knows about Pierre?
It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
On the way? Where are we going?
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Linny along the way.
Trying to help out Lainey with his investigation, or are you trying to prove yourself?
A little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
I want you to know what secret he's hiding. Something you've just got to take care of with the wolf's horns, right? Let's go with this one. Even the cat wants.
Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Come on, there we go. Oh, that's pretty far away. You sound okay. We know it can put him back in my cruiser and we can handle the rest of the investigation ourselves. If you plan on using the Cougar to fly up there, I can easily make that guy, logistic guy over there, give your sister just the boost she needs to get up there.
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
That's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Nice to see you.
The junk food loving waifu.
I should clarify something. Mr. Linny's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linny as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
You here because Lefebvre case?
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that Harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus, you were victims back then more than anything. I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
Once we settle things down up here, I'll bring the cruiser over to help bring them down.
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for. Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Winnie, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
You want to take your little sister, but your little sister's gonna stay little forever. Oh, she's still here, alright. I can smell her all the way on the other side of all of these balloons.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Something back there?
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Yeah, seriously. Make her the star of the show? Like, yeah, that's not gonna work.
Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is... Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
They may next night call me and tell her she's gonna date with me and I'll keep her busy a very long time and very happy too. I think I might as well take her all the way to Mondstadt.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems. The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
So that would mean Pierre is a bastard child.
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
Yeah, and you might want to put that away and use a la fou sword. That thing's probably gonna set this whole thing on fire. Remember, everything is made out of rope and wood.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Wait, what happened?
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, It appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
I actually don't remember her. She did have, well, messed up. She had a reason to do it. And I don't remember it very well.
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean.
Guard poodles. Did I hear that right? Guard poodles. Not guard dogs, poodles.
We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas
I
transactions
cannot see
either.
that take it seriously,
So,
not gonna lie.
the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson.
Where is it, Lynette?
You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
I can't be like, sup, bitch?
Bonnie is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
Oh, please. You saw how happy everyone was to be able to fly. The most brightest things to do on the Flower Feather clan. And yet it seems to be restricted to a select few. No, I don't want anyone to remain wingless. With this, everyone can have their wings.
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Don't just let Lynette talk to the cat. I could give it a try. I can give it a go. You're kidding me, right? Oh my god. Part of me is tempted to do it, but another part is like, no, I want to hear Lynette meowing. I want to hear Lynette meowing.
Meow. Meow meow. Meow.
That was totally worth it. What would you know? You're an outsider. You know nothing of what we have to endure. That was totally worth it. She's so cute when she meows.
Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
I mean, you're talking to a cat girl. She probably understands all the cats.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
It's still hard to believe that the Lenny and Lynette are directly
Cats
related.
and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact.
If you did, you at least put an effort in understanding what we're going through. You don't think everyone has the right to have their wings?
Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
Well, I am just giving everyone the opportunity to have their wings, not rely on these birds to just decide whether or not to give you their wings or not. Like they said, we won't need Kubosaurs anymore, and everyone can have their wings.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Yes, it is far. Because it is far, before I forget. Let's see, oh, over there. And it looked closer than the cutscene. And I have not explored here, so I'm not surprised that there is stuff here for me to pick up. Okay, I've been focused mostly on dealing with the regions in order. Oh, I have Rocco somewhere nearby. I'll get in a sec. This is a very inconvenient place for it. Oh, an achievement. Now, something tells me the Hydrocus is not down, but... Oh no, it's not up. I thought there would be like a floating cube like it is there. It has to be somewhere down. Something like here. This is not minding me. He didn't even feel me behind him. It's inside? There it is, there it is. Got it. Just barely, but I got it. There's a few chests along the way, so I might as well get them.
Stay put! Show no mercy!
Silence!
Come on, please.
Let the mighty be humbled! Ah! Bow your head.
Turret is kind of helping it stagger me.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it a worthwhile experience.
I'll leave the bird to its meal. Look at that thing.
Shine down! You, Glaze! You're...
Silence! The tides beckon.
Abandoned abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Do you remember, like, she did not, like, acknowledge it? Instead, her jetpack actually malfunctioned and was about to blow up and needed to be rescued by Cheska to survive, if you remember correctly. And that happened mid-air. Oh, bollocks. I'll resolve this one. Let's see. Okay, got one node here. Another one. And another. Missing tonight already. First need to reposition these. And look at it again. Yeah, I noticed that.
But a momentary distraction.
I don't remember if Traveler also did. I think he did, but I don't remember how. I think if I get on this. No, over here. I don't remember if Jessica's quote-unquote sister also helped. I can not climb. There we go. Oh, I already took care of this challenge. Okay, then let's travel here and take care of this then. Let's at least try and get one ending.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
So now we're following a kitty cat.
Gardamex ahead.
Look out!
Stay put!
Show no mercy!
Don't be scared!
Let the mighty be humble. An oversight on my part. Bow your head.
There we go. Come on, let's go, kitty. What? Why did you suddenly stop? Oh. The lab's right here.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the Special Patrol here and now. No questions asked.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
Kind of deserving, not gonna lie, given all the pain and suffering she's put the cuckoo sores. This is over. Let's just call the cruiser over so we can get them all down to the ground and examined by a professional.
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
These bottles and jars, they all smell imitation
Looks
synth?
like he's got more than just imitation synth stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away. But what are these other drugs for?
Well, they are next to the water source. What do you mean by other drugs? Just essential Lenny, and then we'll go to the
material
city
these
waifu.
bags are made of, it's quite rare.
So it looks similar to material used for your magic
It's
pocket.
the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight.
Well, just will agree that you'll get it when she's behind bars. You can't just let her walk this off after what she pulled off.
I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well.
So kind of like one of those small sealed bags.
Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth, but if it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time. But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
A little bit. You mustn't move them, but carry them all the way out. It would attract way too much attention.
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here then?
Some of the barrels. Will show signs of water damage. Try the water stains. Can be seen around the circumference of the barrel. So he pulled them out of the water. Hey, if she ever causes you trouble again, just call me. I got a giant fox spirit that can help you deal with her more permanently. It does seem very tight. I mean, several scraps around the edges, but there doesn't seem to be any trace.
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Based on the various ingredients we've found, This appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth.
Are you sure about that? Because I think those lovely things in more of 1,000 or so ways to kill them and set their temple ablaze.
It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
Some of them may be a bit graphic for you.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles, but if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
But if the drop-off happened at the sea, where there'd be nobody around to see him?
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water. If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Must have used something to tie the seal big bags full there. Turning them into airtight floating devices.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
Now, how about her cutting each one of them open, hanging their corpses with their insides hanging out like Christmas decorations? That seems something more that Doomslayer would do.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
The barrels that could float away and get lost at sea. Just difficult to keep in one place, kind of like certain pets.
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
Who now? Never heard of this one. Should probably get along with Malvika if that's the case. I believe me, you're thinking that way you've probably never seen someone's guts actually hanging out. Not burned or anything, just cut open by some kind of knife or sword, and literally spilling out. Me down. There we go.
The wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place.
Seriously, I don't want to deal with you guys.
Got it. Time to go up and report.
We have beaten these guys in multiplayer. The first time I'm fighting them on single player. There we go. Okay, there was an achievement for beating them in single player. And at least these guys do reward me with loot. Unlike the other worthless legends I intend to encounter. But he's still alive, screaming in absolute pain and agony, and I wish I would scar you for the rest of your life.
As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
No, I know he's back. I got word of them seeing him, and yet he's not come back here to visit. They use such a convoluted drop-off method, though. Wouldn't it be easier to, for both parties to meet up at the transfer point in their respective vessels, change the goods for right then and there?
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Vtuber family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Yeah, but what about the transaction? The other party could easily just grab the goods and not leave any money.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone.
Not if they're going
the
for
floating
separate
barrel
directions.
drop-off system is proof enough of that.
Alright, put the cake right there on that table.
Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
That explains why we couldn't find evidence linking him to the...
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport, and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
Have these ports already?
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
No border Vtuber isn't like very far.
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit.
By the ear and pulling on them pretty hard. Pretty mad considering how long you've been gone, and the first thing you do upon arriving is spend time with Chaska. I know I've heard the Traveler and Paimon were there, so they were more than enough to help her out. Was worse, I heard rumor from someone that was there, saw you in a cute little fox farm. You never shown me. If you wanna keep your ears on, you're gonna stay here for a very long time. Your Twinkies call? Well, I guess I'll just gut them and hang them at the doorstep, still alive and screaming as a message not to mess with me.
They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
If we can find travel logs, we can still search for other clues.
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumiduce Harbor and see what you can find out?
You do well to remember not to leave me waiting. And stop underestimating the tribes. They're far stronger and more capable than you think.
Alright. Come on, Bonnie.
Especially
you too.
Chaska. We don't call her the peacekeeper for nothing. Let's see. Just in case, gotta find a good spot. Probably enemies gonna spawn somewhere around here. Just in here by the water and call it here. It is 2 in the morning for me. I better go to sleep. Let me just grab these primo guns here and the ones from specifically from Fontaine. Oh, yeah, because you were just conveniently had arrived there. And those Twinkies are a pain in the butt to deal with, so probably use that as an excuse to get you to turn your back on the Twinkies for a while. She knows what I've been planning to do to them if they kept on like this. Okay, where does that go? Yeah, no. Not gonna spawn anytime soon. Anyway. Oh, this thing. Of which I'm not gonna use right now. Let me just switch overlay because I am getting really tired right now. Yeah, or she's just gonna bail on you. That thing knows better not to mess with her. Just like the tin can knows not to mess with me, especially when I'm mad. Anyways, let me just do a little posture check. Stretch a bit. I guess I just noticed I was in a really bad posture. And I am gonna call it there. Let's see. Tomorrow is Koromon, if I remember correctly. I am an adult. want to say, several hundreds of year old adult. You know, she was there also during when it all began. I don't remember. I think 500 years ago. The invasion of the Abyss happened the time of the Conrian War. I still feel that might end up being Genshin's final region. But we'll see. I still have my doubts whether or not to keep on going with the game. Like I said, part of me just wants to be patient and wait for Snezhnaya to happen. Again, that is the final Archon that's missing. That will until we have gone through all the Archons on Snezhnaya. But after that, the only thing left would be either Conria or the realm of their gods up in the sky, which I believe Snezhnaya is waging war against them. Good night there, Kratos. Sleep well. We'll see. I might put a poll later. I don't know. And part of me is just like wait a little longer, mainly because of the graphics card I'm trying to get my hands on. And if I do get my hands on the new graphics card, one that's decent and affordable, then I might actually jump over to WoW. I really want to play Wuthering Waves. It has much better mobility. I did hear that the story's getting really good. There's some better gameplay aspects of it. Like, I do wanna try out WoW. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it there. So, thank you all for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope to see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.